Good morning. We'll call the meeting to order and open the meeting. We're confirmed that the planned negotiation is to go until 5 p.m. If needed. Okay. The city's gonna do a presentation on the proposed language, and then we can discuss it as the next item, if we're ready, once we're ready. Having a technical difficulty, and once we get that up, the presentation up, we'll go.
I did email it. The only change that's not reflected in what we discussed last, because it just wasn't a part of the document that we worked on. We just created a whole new document so that it didn't get confused, is that we did already agree that this language will be changed to all permanent paid sworn employees in the department. So that's not reflected in this document. Not that we didn't agree to it, it's just that we didn't make it as a part of our proposals. So the first initial change for the city would begin in seniority promotions, demotions, and transfers. Oh, hold on. It's not showing the track changes. Did I miss it? Review. Yeah.
Go to a markup. No, go to simple markup. Go to a markup. There you go.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. That's still the first change. And so we're proposing adding language in section 1 that all single certified employees who are employed on or before September 30th, 2025 will retain seniority held by the employee as of that date. We're adding language to section 2 that no lateral transfers are permitted between grades for firefighters and EMS employees, as well as a new section, section 4, only EMS personnel who are licensed through the Texas Department of State Health Services for vacant promotable positions will be eligible for testing regardless of time and grade.
And some of this is what y'all had sent last time, and we just incorporated it into our proposals. But this was from the 4 sections, I think, Cody, that you emailed during the last negotiations.
Okay. Can you explain to me what the changes in section 1 mean?
So in 143, as you know, it requires like 2 years in grade before you can promote. So because we'll be establishing grades for them now, essentially would lose seniority and wouldn't be able to promote for like 2 years. So we're saying whatever seniority they have today, whether it's 1 year or 2 year in their current grade, they'll keep. So that wouldn't prevent them from promoting. But once they move,
thank you.
but once they move into the new grade, obviously the 2-year requirement would start.
I got you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are we okay to move to the next section?
If we have questions along the way you want us to ask, or do you want to present?
Yeah, I think that'll help. That way, when we caucus, we kind of know where we are, and we can kind of answer. Like Jeff's question was pretty simple. We can kind of answer it and address it on the record, or make corrections, or agree. That'll be easier as opposed to all at one time.
Okay, on the lateral transfers, can you just explain the process there?
Yeah, that would prevent someone who was, potentially that went to the fire academy as an EMS employee from just transitioning straight into maybe a captain's position, because they would already be, let's just say they were classified as a grade 3 on the EMS side, and they went to the fire academy. They wouldn't necessarily transfer in as a grade 3 on that side, or vice versa. a fireman who said that he just, thought it'd be easier to promote on the EMS side, would transfer on that side as a grade 4, just based on years and their experience in the department. So just to kind of keep it even and fair, so that no one's kind of shanked.
Got you. Thank you.
And it kind of goes along with the conversation that we had last time, where someone picking a track and kind of committing to that track. And if they wanted to switch tracks, they would have to, go through the process. So go through the fire academy and then go up the ranks on that side.
Right. Okay.
Are we good to move to the next section? Yeah, so there were no changes here. The next big change would be in management rights. Just because the existing employees may have had standards and practices under the previous EMS manager. Once they merged, it would be whatever contractual changes or obligations and protections are under this contract, not what was previously allotted. And then there are no changes in the department committees. Yes, sir, we just talked about that one. There were no changes in the department committees. And so obviously y'all will be entitled to change and modify your appointments to the committee, just by the nature of that. But we didn't feel like that was necessary to include that in the language. We can just agree to that on the record today if that was necessary. And there were no changes also to the drug policy. It was written for all employees, so that's standard. In sick leave, we discussed last session to allow the EMS employees to have their short-term disability accruals. So whatever that was as of September 30th, we'll convert that. And so that'll be held for them to be used as sick leave, and then they'll begin accruing regular leave underneath the contract. So that was the only change in that one as well.
And this was, just so y'all know, this was from the proposal that you sent, Cody, but you had kind of the sick leave and the holiday all in one section. So this is just a breakout of part of that applies only to sick leave.
Just because they'll obviously be entitled to the same holidays that's in the contract. Okay. So next is in the vacation section. And we just added this leave. Again, this is the breakout from years. We just categorize it differently. So EMS employee accrual leaves before September 30th. All EMS PTO accruals, including holiday accruals, shall freeze. And so they'll have that. They won't lose that. The next change was in basic rate of pay. And we just added that to apply to dual certified employees. And so everyone else, just because EMS employees aren't exempt under the Fair Labor Standards Act, all of their overtime accrual will be based on that provision.
Their overtime would be based on this article of this contract.
The hours and overtime are in a separate article, but generally, as y'all know, the firefighters have a 7K exemption under FLSA, which EMS don't have. So that's gonna create differences in how overtime is calculated for EMS, and there's no way to contract around that.
How do you mean that there's no way to contract around that?
Employees can't waive overtime under the FLSA, so we can't contractually do something that would waive their entitlement. Essentially, they'd be getting a lesser benefit if they were to try to waive overtime, which is the only way that they could fall under the same 7K exemption that the firefighters get. And it's not allowed anyway, under the DOL and the Supreme Court. So.
I disagree with that, but we can talk about all of it later so we can go through the rest of the proposal.
We'll be there pretty soon, but
So the next one would be hours and overtime.
we're there. So what is it that you disagree with?
Now that those members are within our fire department and under civil service, under the collective bargaining agreement, that is, both of those are state statutes and laws. I don't believe that the Fair Labor Standards Act supersedes collective bargaining or civil service. I believe that they are entitled to be able to go to a 48-hour work week as we are and work the same schedules as we do.
I appreciate that. You can't supersede federal law with a contract that's created under the collective bargaining statute. The Department of Labor has expressly stated that employees cannot waive their right to overtime pay. So essentially, that's what you would be doing through this contract, is requiring a waiver of the non-7K employees under the contract.
What do you mean requiring a waiver?
To enter into a contract that that tries to bring them under the 7K exemption for purposes of overtime, if that's what you're suggesting, would essentially be waiving their right to overtime under the FLSA. And the Department of Labor has said you cannot do that. That's illegal. So the city has no interest in trying to create something in the contract that would deny EMS employees the right to overtime after a 40-hour work week, which is what they are legally entitled to have.
Okay, again, I guess we're going to respectfully disagree, and we'll handle this through our regular collective bargaining and bring it to our members to vote. However, I mean, all of these members are now sworn in accordance with 143 as firefighters in the department. So I don't see any reason that they would be working a different schedule and that they would have different rights or benefits as far as we do.
So
As
they're
you
not
know, that's what, as you know, that's what we've been working towards for the last 5 years.
Right.
That's all I have to say over it.
And I understand that, but the FLSA is very specific about who qualifies under the 7K exemption. And we have looked exhaustively to see whether there was a way that EMS personnel could fall under that exemption. And just for everybody in the room, the exemption says that the employer can require certain employees who are exempt under Section 7K of the FLSA from overtime over 40 hours in a work week, meaning their overtime doesn't kick in until much later than a normal employee who works a 40-hour work week. So they have very specific regulations about who that exemption applies to. It applies to police officers, and it applies to firefighters who are engaged in and performing fire suppression activities. That's from the statute, and that's also how the regs have been enforced, and that's how the case law has shaken out. There's several cases where employers were miscategorizing EMS personnel as firefighters, and the EMS personnel brought lawsuits to say we should have been getting overtime after 40 hours because we're not under the exemption that the firefighters are. And in those cases, the EMS personnel prevailed. So we don't have any interest in trying to create a situation where the EMS personnel are not entitled to overtime after 40 hours a week. That's what the law requires, and so that's what we're going to do. And we can't deprive them of that right to overtime after 40 hours in a work week through the contract.
Can you give us some cases on that?
Sure.
I'm looking at Department of Labor discussing the FSLA. And it says the fire protection personnel include firefighters, paramedics, emergency medical technicians, rescue workers, ambulance personnel, or hazardous materials workers who are trained in the fire suppression, have the legal authority to respond to engage in fire suppression, are employed by a fire department or municipality, county, fire district, or state, and are engaged in prevention, control, extinguishing of fires, or response to emergency situations where life, property, or the environment is at risk.
Right.
So you could give me something that says that that's not right, that Department of Labor is
No,
not right.
that is right. But that says they're trained in fire suppression and they have the legal authority to perform fire suppression. So a dual or a single certified employee does not have the legal authority to perform fire suppression.
It says, or respond to emergency situations where life, property, or the environment is at risk. It's an or.
No,
And.
no, it requires that they have the legal
A
authority.
case will be fine, thank you.
Well, the statute's fine because that's what it says, but. So that is why the city is not going to put the EMS personnel on a schedule that would deny them overtime after 40 hours in a work week, which is what they're currently getting, by the way.
The next section would be temporary duties in a higher class.
Just one quick question. Then why wouldn't we, they could still stay on that 40-hour work week, and you could give them the 8 hours of overtime. That's less than you're giving them now. You're giving them they're working a 56-hour work week now.
And they get 16
and
hours of overtime.
And they get 16 hours of overtime on every check. If they move to a 48-hour work week, and if you are correct in that, then what would be the harm in the city of paying them 8 extra hours of overtime versus double of the amount of overtime?
The city's not saying one way or the other what the schedule is going to continue to be. What the city is saying is because they're not 7K exempt employees, the city needs to be able to evaluate overtime as hiring increases and things change. Obviously, in an ideal situation, you're reducing the overall overtime across the department. So if we lock into a schedule that's going to necessitate overtime for the duration of the contract, that puts the city in a position of not being able to adjust as it hires additional staff.
Temporary duties in a higher class, we added section 7, only employees properly licensed to dish for the vacant promotable positions shall be eligible for temporary duties in a higher classification. The next one was wages. In order to keep the process streamlined, we just recommended adding the EMS wage table as Appendix C1. That'll keep us from having to renumber all the additional appendices. And then we added the following language: the employee's number of firefighters certified by the Texas Department of Fire Protection and EMS personnel certified by the Texas Department of Health and Human Services, as established by ordinance, reaches 300 to 600, and the staffing level reaches 92% of those positions. The fire chief shall have the right to appoint a second assistant chief.
I feel like I can save us a lot of time on this one. We negotiated this a lot over the 10 months that we previously negotiated. As you remember, we brought a contract to our members with language for a second assistant chief in it, and it was overwhelmingly denied. We went back with y'all, negotiated again, and we were finally able to find common ground and with language that was agreeable by our membership and the council. And we're able to get that contract ratified with that language, and we're not interested at all in renegotiating this particular article. So.
The next section would be complete agreement clause. And it's just one section added, section 6, that basically reads as follows: notwithstanding any provision of this article, the parties agree that the relevant terms of the settlement agreement executed on July 30th to resolve the Fenter versus the City of Beaumont are incorporated herein. And then we'll just add that as an attachment to the contract.
Can you expand on relevant terms?
Yeah, I mean, we can address this however y'all want, but there's certain things like the payment to of attorney's fees, things like that, that have really no bearing on the contract. There were particular provisions in there about the hiring and that kind of the way that the city was going to hire for the next couple of years and eventually wind down on the hiring of the single certs. So that would be applicable. The general releases and clauses and things like that don't necessarily need to be incorporated in the contract.
Can we get a list of that so that we're 100% clear on what you guys consider relevant?
Yeah, that's fine.
The next change would be in our Appendix A, which is the definition section. And that was just a change to the personnel definition, but open to discussion on that. But we just added that EMS personnel are considered operational personnel for the purpose of this agreement, mainly because it addresses the schedule.
How does it adjust the schedule?
The definition addresses the schedule. It says a firefighter assigned to a 24, 48-hour work shift. That's how operational personnel is defined. So we specifically said that EMS will not be considered operational purpose for the purpose of this agreement.
Don't EMS personnel work a 24-hour shift schedule too?
Again, I said for the purpose of the definition says a firefighter assigned to a 24, 48 schedule, and that's not their schedule. So that's why we
They do
worded
work a
that.
24-hour work schedule.
Right, so this goes back to the hours and overtime. So the work schedule that's required under the hours and overtime for operation personnel is fixed. It's the schedule that y'all are on. The city, because of the FLSA differences, the difference in treatment between people who are legally authorized to perform fire suppression and those who are not, the city is trying to not lock in a particular schedule for the EMS personnel. They are on that schedule now, but if it's in the contract, then the city can't make any changes to it to try to alleviate issues with overtime.
So is the chief planning to change their schedule within the next year? That's when we'll be back at the bargaining table again. Just wonder, what the purpose of that is. And again, these EMS workers riding ambulances, responding to the same calls, staying in the same stations with us, working under the same command structure. They've always worked 24-hour work schedules. I don't see how it's any different now, even prior to being merged into the department.
The city's trying to control overtime. That's the bottom line. There's a significant amount of overtime being spent. And if the city locks into a particular schedule for employees who are not exempt under the FLSA for overtime purposes, then there's no ability to adjust that so that other city needs can be met. There's other departments and services that the city provides that are impacted by overtime expenditures in the fire department.
How does changing their schedule solve from a 24-hour work schedule to either a 8-hour work schedule or even a I don't know, whatever it is, how does that address the overtime issue? Because they can't work more than a 24-hour shift schedule. I say that unless you're going to make them work a 48-hour work schedule or more than a day. How does that affect the overtime? The number of positions that we have is what affects the overtime,
Right.
Not the number of hours that I work versus theirs, unless the fire chief is planning on making them work more hours.
No one has said that. Again, this is keeping the city with the ability to address overtime issues. If you hire more people, if there's more single certs hired, then there may be an opportunity to adjust work schedules so that overtime gets reduced and it's not as excessive over the 40 hours a week as it has been.
Okay, so we would take hours away from them is what you're suggesting, and pay them less?
Nobody is suggesting that. As I said several times now, the city needs to be able to control overtime, and that may impact the way the scheduling is done. That's all there is to it.
To be fair, we don't disagree with trying to control overtime. As a matter of fact, we've talked over the last 4 years about the growing issue of overtime related to the staffing problem in the fire department. That problem has grown over the past 4 years, and so has the overtime budget. So at this point, I feel like over the whole entire process of this, the last 4 years, I think we've probably had more concern over the amount of overtime being paid than anybody, which is odd, but it has a negative impact on our members from a burnout perspective. And we have worked with the city as much as we've been allowed to try to alleviate that problem through changing the hiring process, and that just happened. We were able to get that done by working with the city, and that's going to save millions of dollars in overtime. So now we're worried about the cost of overtime when we're discussing a benefit for really a small number of new members in our bargaining unit. And all we're looking for is fair and equal treatment for all of our members, EMS and fire. So if it does cost 8 extra hours of overtime more than what you were paying before, are we really worried about that? Or are we worried about retention? Because retention represents money too. And if you tell them that you want them to work a different work schedule than the rest of their coworkers that they're working alongside, that doesn't give them good work-life balance, then are you telling them that you appreciate them with that? Because it doesn't seem that way to me. So again, we came to the table with the goal of getting fair and equal treatment for all bargaining unit members and equal rights and benefits for all of them. So that's what we're here to do. We can figure out how to move money around if you'd like. But
That's kind of ironic, given that
Just wanted to make that
y'all are
clear.
putting the proposal out there that they should fall under the 7K exemption and no longer get overtime after 40 hours, but
I'm not debating the
we'll set that
7K
aside.
exemption.
That's.
Yeah, we
well-
can talk
well,
about that
the
later.
members
I'm
of your
just
team most certainly are.
understood, but I'm not talking about the 7K exemption
All
right
right.
now.
Well, your team is. So the bottom line is, I appreciate that y'all are as concerned with overtime as the city has been and recognizes that that's important, including for issues like burnout. And at this point, with the different dynamics, the new transition to them being civil service, the city wants to be able to retain the right to adjust schedules if necessary to control overtime. And if we put them contractually under the operation schedule, the city loses the ability to do that. And we're not interested in that.
7K argument aside, you're not going to be able to control overtime if you give them a different work schedule than us, because they're going to leave. And every single one of them that leaves represents 4 to 6 months of training to have somebody trained to do, probably in the beginning, a subpar job to what they're doing. It also takes away your FTOs, because if FTOs leave, then who are you going to have train those people? So retention is very representative of overtime control. That was my point. I'm not going to argue the law with you. We have an attorney for that.
That was it.
Do you have a proposal for the wage table that we could see?
Yes. So there was no change to the wage table. We did, in terms of the amount, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just waiting for it to load, but we did apply grades.
Who does the operations supervisor supervise, since you're saying that there's no operations personnel in EMS?
I don't understand your questions because it's,
There's an operations supervisor under grade 2, and I'm just wondering, that makes
that's the
right
title.
now $7,500 a month.
Are you
And
gonna
you
let me
said
answer-
there was no operations
You gonna let me
personnel in
answer your
EMS.
question? That's the title that they currently have, and they obviously supervise the paramedics in the other grades. But that's just the title that they use. The definition specifically says for the purpose of this agreement that they're not considered operational personnel because it relates to the definition of their schedule.
But currently, we have operations supervisors in EMS, and we have since this merger was created. So what is that operations supervisor supervising right now?
I already answered that.
Okay,
Literally
well,
just-
but,
literally just answered that.
okay, but you've been saying that we don't have operations personnel.
That's not what we said.
Once again, operations, the definitions of operation personnel in the contract is for the purposes of who is on a particular schedule. It has nothing to do with this wage table and the current title of operations supervisor. Two different things.
Is there more to the bottom of that? I didn't think so. Okay, thank you.
Do you mind if we get a copy of it?
Sure.
Thank you. I think we're going to want to recess, but before we do, one thing that's come up that we just wanted to clarify while we're in here on the tuition reimbursement. We have some members being told if they go to paramedic school, then they have to use their own leave time. And I know that's in the city's policy, but the city's policy isn't in the contract.
That's the policy that you asked on the record. You said that you wanted it to be the same. So,
Tuition reimbursement form
Yeah.
from the city's policy, yes.
yeah, so the tuition reimbursement policy and the form are the same. So you requested
The
that?
reimbursement form is the only thing that we talked about. It's the only thing in the contract. So that's why I wanted to bring it up and clarify. We didn't put the whole policy in the contract, or it would be in the contract. The reimbursement form is. And if you don't want, if the city or the fire department doesn't want to allow them to go on duty, then that's the city and the fire department's decision, but it's not contractual. I just wanted to clarify that.
So you're saying back up. What
That
has happened?
policy, the policy as a whole is not in the contract.
No,
The
well,
reimbursement portion of it is in the contract in the form of that form. That policy as a whole is not in the contract.
I understand that part. What did you say happened that a member brought to your attention? That's what I'm asking.
They're being told that if they go to paramedic school, they have to use their vacation or PTO or whatever to be able to go.
Okay.
Whereas what's been being done is they're released from duty and they go. So. And also, even if that did happen, even if that was true, accurate, which it's not, but even if it was, we would be asking our members who are deciding to go to school for something that benefits the city and the fire department and to burn 12 hours of vacation every time that they go. Because you guys also have the 12-hour block rule in the contract now. So it's just a little unreasonable when somebody wants to do more. And every paramedic we can get benefits the system to tell them to go and do it on their own time. But we don't have to because it's not contractual. So just clarifying that would be the city's choice, not the contracts.
Okay, we can look at that. I'll add though for the record that there is a financial incentive for the members to get the paramedic certification. It's not a.
Sure, it's a mutual benefit. I'm just saying.
It just reminded me of another issue with, I say issue, it may not be an issue, but there was just a job posting that was put out, and it mentions in there that new employees would have to sign a separate agreement of an amended reimbursement form. Be our stance that new employees of the fire, civil service employees hired under collective bargaining cannot sign a separate agreement without first prior approval of us. So we'd just like to see that agreement that's being spoken of to review it.
I think that's all we have.
Okay, if that's it, we'll take a break, and I guess as long as we need it, and we'll contact each other and say we're ready to get back together. Okay, it's 9:41.
For the purpose of the recording, can we start with an hour? And then if we need to exceed past that, so we can agree to come back at 10:45. And then if we need to go past that, we can just communicate that. Just because it is being live streamed and we want to give the people proper notice.
Yeah, we just try, we'll say 10:30 for now, and maybe we can get in here a little quicker if that's okay with you.
That's fine.
A month.
We cut it out. The MOU agreement is all, had the right.
Okay, if everybody's ready, we'll call the meeting back to order. And we'll hear the union's counter proposal.
I think we're probably going to need more time on that wage table, but just to get some clarification on a few things. It looks like comparing to the last table from the last meeting, it looks like the last column after the 4% and the 3% that you're proposing is the same as the first column in the wage table proposed in the last meeting. So we were just trying to wrap our heads around how that changed, if that makes sense. I may have not worded it.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. So like Duncan or Bridget from our finance department can answer if it's a calculation error, if you're saying that the calculations are off, or if you're asking like.
So for instance,
Hold it up, give me 1 second. So,
okay.
Do you have the earlier one
no.
to compare?
I have the one that he sent me, but like it doesn't show the full table.
Okay.
So I can just
That's just the one I got, that I got from y'all last time. So,
pull both of those up.
like for instance, is just the very first one on the table. The table from the last meeting after the 4% effective upon execution of the agreement was $5,017.67. And that's the number that's reflected for that position after all raises in this contract. So moving too fast.
I'm trying to get it to where you can see them at the same time, but that might not be doable. So I'm gonna put up the one you referenced
Okay.
first, and then we can go from there. Okay, so this is the one you sent me.
Right. So you see that first column, upon execution of a new agreement with 4%, I'm assuming factored into that. All of those numbers in that column are the same as the final wages
I see what you're saying.
in the one today.
I see what you're saying now. That makes sense. Okay, so that may have just been an error. Duncan says that this should be the last column and not the first column.
But it's effective upon.
No, I think what he's saying is that was an error in the wage table. So this is the current salaries. This is with the 4%, and this is with the 3%.
Okay, and the step raises were removed.
No, so they're still in there, because that's like this is a step and those are steps, and so those are all
No,
steps.
I mean within each one of those classifications. So like EMT 0 to 1, 1 to 3, after 3, those are the step raises. Those
okay.
Those are just different classifications within each, different jobs within each classification, I guess is the right way to put that, which, I think is okay because it cleans up, the way that it's organized. But like the pay that you have, $63.79 for a paramedic, is not what a tenured paramedic makes. So they would get a reduction in pay. So that's why I say we're going to have more time to dig into it because that, again, we can't.
I guess I missed the step raises when we added it, but we can go back in and update it to include the step raises back in. I still have that document.
Okay, that clarifies everything for me.
me just check one off also. The Beaumont Fire Cadet Training Agreement that you sent us, we're gonna definitely need to take some more time to look at that.
Yeah, that's what I was telling Cody. We found that one error. The 3,000 should be 4,000. So that's a correction. When you're looking at it, just know that that's a correction. So that needs to be updated. So that the actual posted salary for a cadet is 4,000.
Yeah, I heard when you told Cody that just a minute ago, but I want all of us to get a chance to look at it. We didn't all get a chance to look at it on that caucus. We were working on several different things, but I definitely like more time before we have any discussion over it.
Just to go back through some of the articles that we do agree with, is maybe a good place to start. I believe it was Article 7 was the first. Just to clarify, the recognition article, you mentioned the language that we talked about in the last meeting. We did agree on that language, I think, if I remember right.
Yes, sir. I just said it just wasn't, when we put this together for y'all to change, we started a new document and just missed it and didn't add it back, but we found it in the transcript, and that's how it reads, just all sworn employees. So I can add it right now.
Okay.
You said Article 7?
Yes. The changes noted Section 1, Section 2, and Section 4 we're all in agreement with.
Okay.
Sorry, Article 11, sick leave.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I'm going through the ones we agree with.
Thank you.
In Section 3, just to clarify, when we freeze those accruals, the previous accruals on September 30th, their new accrual would start on that same date, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We're good with that one then. Article 13, vacation and holidays. Same thing here. If their old accrual freezes on September 30th, their new accrual would begin on September 30th as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because it says will accrue leave based on the current CBA following the date of this agreement is executed. And I don't know, maybe I just am misunderstanding the way that it's worded, but I just wanted to make sure that that there wasn't a lapse in accrued leave.
We can take that line out if that's,
Okay.
that gives heartburn.
Okay.
But the adopted ordinance on September 30th entitles them to that. We were opening up to do specific stuff, but yeah, it's our intent that they will receive benefits as of September 30th as it relates to accruals
Right.
for the purpose of.
Civil service, anything outside of that would be upon execution of the agreement. Okay.
Yes.
And on that same article, we talked about before the PTO, PTO and holiday payout within 5 days. I noticed that wasn't in there. I just wanted to clarify if the position changed or if that was just
So it's just,
accidentally.
it wasn't, when we incorporated in, we tried to incorporate language that we weren't opposed to based on like what y'all had already presented. So it wasn't necessarily new. And so there wasn't really a agreement based on that, but we can definitely add that back in there. We're not against it. So our position hasn't changed that it needs to either be opted out to be paid out. But we can add that language back in.
Okay, so they can still opt to be paid out for that within, what was it, 5 days? Is that,
Upon execution of agreement, yes.
yeah.
But that only applies to the items, just to be clear, that only applies to the items that are traditionally paid out. Like I said, I don't believe that we pay out short-term disability, so I think we pay out PTO only.
Right.
Okay.
P-
So we can
PTO and
add-
holiday, right? Is that, does
It's,
PTO
we
and
don't
holiday?
get holiday. I think they get holiday, but I need to check to determine like what they pay, what they're paid out when they separate from the city. So I'll confirm on that. But whatever they're paid out, traditionally they can opt to be paid out, and we can add that language back in.
Okay. For the sake of clarifying, Article, is that 17? Yeah, 17, the additional pay.
There was no changes to it, so they're entitled to receive that.
Okay.
Is there language that I guess you need to add? It just says an employee, so it didn't require any
Right.
changes.
No, the way that it's written, given the recognition clause,
Yeah,
we believe they fall under. I just wanted to make sure.
we'd already established that last time, and it says any employee, so it doesn't require, it's not specific to a grade or a classification.
Okay.
That's credentialing pay as well, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so like I said, it reads for employees, so it doesn't specify between an EMS or a single cert or a dual cert.
Okay, thank you.
Article 23, temporary duties and higher classification. We're okay with that Section 7 language. I think you passed it up.
I did, I'm sorry.
I think.
Right here?
Nope, never mind.
Nope.
You didn't. I'm wrong.
Yeah,
Keep
okay.
going.
Okay, I didn't think so. I was like, I don't do Roman numerals well, but I think
Just
I
all
do.
red.
It's right here.
Yeah. We're good with that. Okay.
I think that was the only remaining ones.
Okay. For now, I think that's. it.
Just start with number 9, go back up to the top, and as far as changing any language in the maintenance of standards clause, we're not, or at least not in agreement with this language. But with maybe like an explanation of the reason for this language.
I mean, they're not, maintenance of standards is something that's unique to bargaining and is typical in a 174 contract. So until employees are subject to the contract, they wouldn't be entitled to a maintenance of standards clause. So this is, reflects that the date EMS personnel became civil service, that's the date at which this maintenance of standards would be effective.
It's not showing it again. I'm doing all markup.
So we'll come back to that one after we have time to discuss.
My bad, I think.
On the basic rate of pay, Article 16, we're still gonna stay, our proposal is that we would stay at a 48-hour work week. This doesn't have anything to do with the 7K exemption, but what this is doing is reducing them from a 56-hour work week to a 48-hour work week, the same as ours. If you guys feel it's necessary I guess at this point, to pay that 8 hours of overtime to them, I mean, we would be okay with that. I believe we'd be okay with that. But our proposal is still that they would work the same hours a week as the firefighters.
I mean, the law requires that they get paid over 40 hours a week, so it's not really a matter of whether the union agrees to that or not. That's what the FLSA demands.
But as long as they're on a 48-hour work week, that's fine. That would be 8 hours a week less than overtime that you would have to pay each one of those individuals.
And weren't you previously concerned with reducing their ability to accrue overtime? Because that would reduce their overall wages. And that's what you said earlier, was the concern with reducing down to something that's closer to a 40-hour week would be that they lose overtime entitlement. So
We haven't agreed upon their wages yet. That's coming up later on
This
when
is-
we agree to their wages, so I'm not at all
Not about
suggesting.
wages.
I'm sorry,
Overtime is
can I-
separate,
can I
but
talk?
overtime is separate from
Okay,
wages.
go ahead.
I will, because you're confusing the two issues, which are totally separate.
Right.
The base wage is a separate issue from overtime entitlement. So this morning, the concern was, well, you're going to reduce their overtime and that's going to cut their pay. Now you're saying that's okay as long as it only cuts their pay a certain amount and the city has no control over that.
I think you're confusing what he's trying to tell you. And that is that if you cut the overtime but increase the pay, the amount of money they make is the same. So it just depends on where you put your dollars.
What he said was it's okay if you pay them overtime over 40 hours a week. That's where we started.
Yes, and you challenged him that he said something earlier different. He said, well, when we get to the wages, we can maybe make up the difference there. And then you sort of chastised him about how they were different and didn't belong together. I was just trying to explain to you his thinking, why he was saying what he was saying. They can make the same amount of money. You just got to pay them differently and pay them 8 hours of overtime that they're entitled to.
And as we said this morning, the city is not interested in losing the ability to manage the schedules for the EMS personnel.
So to that point, though, I think that the wage table, and I'll let them, we can confirm it, but it was based on them having that built-in 16 hours of overtime, so that base wage does already have that. We can remove that, and then, because it's like they work the 56 hours, so it's actually calculated into their things. Like, not everybody does it, but most of the time we were sitting here trying to calculate it to figure it out. Like, that's what we base it off of. And when we put the initial wage table together for the purpose of the ordinance, literally just went in and kind of said, okay, went through the category for each employee and said, hey, this is what these people make on a regular basis. So it could be that there's some other things there, but we were able to determine that some people obviously get more overtime, but the base of it is that they work a 56-hour work week and entitled to that. Obviously, some people work more than that. But if you have like a specific question on how it's calculated.
Well, no, if you would just send it to us, or he can send it to us, whatever, because I think we do need to look and do some research, some legal research when we leave here.
What are you asking for us to send? Because there wasn't like a formula that we put together. We literally just kind of.
A breakdown of
So you
how
want them to like show
calculate it.
work, like a show work document?
Probably what he's about to show us, if we could just get that in written form to us.
Okay, because I didn't know if he could. I think it's just an Excel. Yeah.
But back to the hours.
So, back to the hours. We're still,
Isn't the plan to have up to 300 dual certified firefighters? Isn't that why we put that language in there before? So that's the plan, right? And all those firefighters would have Kelly days. So the plan is for the entire department to have Kelly days anyway. So why are we focused on controlling one small group of people? Can you guys explain why you feel that the chief needs to control one small group of people's schedule? Because it kind of sounds like it's not necessarily about money anymore. It's about control.
So I'm not sure how else I can say this to make it any more clear. It's about overtime. So it is about control, but controlling overtime, not specific groups, not specific people. And like it or not, the FLSA treats employees who do fire suppression different from employees who do not. And so that is the legal framework that the city has to operate under. And there are different overtime attributes based on whether you do fire suppression or not. The city has the Kelly Day, firefighters get the 7K exemption that's allowed under the law that affects the schedule. So, but it's just a different framework.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And again, I'm not debating the law with you. I don't do that. That's not my job. But if what you're saying is correct, then you would have to pay them overtime over 40 hours, which is 8 hours on a 48-hour work week, not 16.
Right, and 8 hours is better than 16. So I'm not saying that it wouldn't get changed. I'm saying the city needs to be able to navigate the scheduling to address overtime in a way that is different from how fire suppression employees work.
How's that?
Because of the 7K exemption, the schedule is different.
No, it's
Because
not. They work a 24/48 schedule just like we do.
I don't mean in practice, I mean what the law allows in terms of when overtime triggers. It's different. It's different for
What you're saying
non-exempt
doesn't make any
employees.
sense.
I don't know how else, I don't know how to make it make sense. Overtime
8 hours
kicks,
of overtime versus 16.
right, versus 0.
So what do you,
It's a 40-hour work week. So
okay, but they don't work a 40-hour work week,
I understand that. They don't,
right? They work a 24/48 schedule without a Kelly day, which is where the 56 hours a week comes from, correct?
they're working a 56-hour work week. That's the average right now.
Right?
Right. So there's two issues. One, it is a completely different decision-making process when you are not a 7K exempt employee in terms of how you schedule because you have to navigate the overtime. Two, there's also staffing issues to consider. So changing this schedule may impact the ability to staff right now. There is a plan to hire more, as y'all know, that is in effect as we speak. And so as the city hires more people, the schedule just may change to address the issue of overtime.
But Kelly, you say overtime, and we come to you and say, okay, let's pay 8 hours instead of 16. And you're objecting to that. You want to pay 16 for some reason, but yet you don't want to pay overtime. And so, and the overtime issue is really brought about from a city standpoint, but because of your chief. We've been trying for years to staff. We want more people. We need more help. We have vacancies. We're working too much. It's a burden on these guys to work all that they work to fill the vacancies that are there because we don't have people hired. He would only want to hire dual certs. We've opened it up now by agreement, and where we used to have, 15, 20 people apply, we've got, I think, I was told at the break, we have 156 people applying to take the test. So great. So maybe we can staff up and solve your overtime problem by not having these guys having to work overtime just to fill a spot. Now we just pay regular time for that and you're saving all that overtime. So it's almost an overtime issue that you caused yourself by not staffing up and completing your department. So I think that'll go away. So we're going to solve your overtime problem by doing that. And then we're going to say 48 hours for these guys. So your overtime should be lessened. I don't really understand the issue either myself, why we're somehow not wanting to control the schedule versus put them in the same schedule as everybody else. I mean, it is such a small fraction. And these guys, by the way, they go to every fire. They're at every fire that happens. They're there to protect the firemen, any residents of the home, the neighbors, anyone who's involved in that situation, to be able to treat them if necessary. They go to active shootings. If there's an active shooter somewhere, they're on site. They wear the gear. They get in there with the law enforcement people. I mean, these guys are not just cut your finger, put a Band-Aid on it. These guys really go and they do a good job for the city and for the residents. And so I think that rather than trying to carve out a small group and somehow make some example of them, I think we ought to just blend them in like we thought we were doing and treat them the same way. On section 29, the complete agreement clause, you said it's, let me get there. I think the language says something about the relevant portions of the Finter settlement. And at the break, we got your communication that said that was section 2. But if you look at section 2 of the settlement agreement, it involves things that we don't even have in here. And so section 2 is not specific enough either. We need to know what are we actually talking about? Which part of section 2 do you want, are you referencing when you say this?
The entire section 2.
Well, it's inconsistent with this agreement. When you got the classifications in there, you've agreed to there, but you don't have them here. So it's inconsistent.
What classifications we agreed to that aren't?
The job classifications.
Okay, I mean, we can look at it, but the idea was that all of section 2, which involves taking the existing employees, creating them as civil service employees through the ordinance, and then how the hiring would go from there. That's what section
But if
2.
that's already in the agreement, why do we have to have that acknowledgement?
Well, one, because if it's not in the agreement and there's any confusion, as the city knows, there'll be grievances filed. 2, one of the central pieces of section 2 has to do with the hiring and how that looks for the next 24 months from the signing of that agreement and then forward from there.
But we're hiring differently, right? Now?
So the city controls the entry-level hiring process, and that hasn't changed, and nothing in the Finter settlement changes that. But it does, because we are hiring, a cadet program, that doesn't impact the chief's ability to still hire straight EMS employees. At least that was my understanding that the agreement allowed him to do for 24 months post the agreement. He's still entitled to hire EMS personnel to fill vacancies.
Well, maybe so, but these charts, for instance, aren't in our agreement, and they're in section 2. And so you say the relevant terms in section 2,
So,
how do we know which you consider relevant and which ones we consider relevant?
so I think that's two different questions. First, those classifications are still classifications in the department, but those individuals work under different titles. So a paramedic could also be a clinical navigator, could also be a FTO, could also be all of those different things in the department. So what we did in the ordinance was make sure that those proper titles were addressed so that there was no confusion moving forward, just because there were different rates of pay in different classifications. So
These no longer apply.
they do apply because those are how they're hired in. They just have a different title that they operate on, but their classifications as a paramedic is what they are, but they do have a different title that they work under. And so again, one of the biggest things that we talked about throughout that is that we didn't want to give anyone a lesser benefit. That included, in my opinion, changing their title. So moving past that point, the point that you're asking about, that's to me, and I think we could all agree, is that there is a section in there that allows for hiring outside of how we traditionally hire under 143, that says that the chief can retain to hire.
Yeah, I think you're referring to there's some sections here that have bolded and all caps language. One says filling EMS personnel vacancies in the 24-month period after this agreement is executed. And the next one says filling positions following the 24-month period after this agreement is executed. So if you're talking about those, then I think we should put that's what we're talking about, that pursuant to those sections, we're going to incorporate those herein. But I don't know that, the rest of this section 2 that falls under the existing EMS personnel is relevant or important, and it should be included. So all we gotta do is point out the things we're talking about.
We are also not in agreement with the operations definition. Those members working an EMS at the same stations, making the same calls, or doing the same jobs, they're not a different classification. They're operations. They've always been operations in our department. That's the way it works. This whole separate thing that's going on is just a way to try to circumvent being able to give these members the same rights and benefits. They've always been operations people. Again, you've got operations supervisor titles. The operations supervisor position was just classified as a city ordinance by the city council, saying that there's an operations supervisor, that's an EMS person. And we sit in here today and try to
I think,
play some semantics about what these people do, and they're operations people.
I think that's a
Working operations.
misclassification. I think that's a gross miscalculation. Again, that definition just relates to scheduling, and as it's been explained multiple times, that's not their schedule. Additionally, EMS personnel that work in operations work under a different operational overtime list, and they work a different structure so that their vacancies are filled differently from yours. And so I think that was the idea, is that their structure and how they operate will remain separate from the department. It's not to give them disparate treatment. So again, the definition and that language is added to that definition is not to disparage or to downgrade or in any way diminish the work that they do. It's just to clarify that that's not their schedule.
Now it sounds to me that we're trying to circumvent an overtime policy that we already won an award and arbitration hearing for it before you interrupt. That just seems to me that that's just another reason that this is going on. Our members all are given the same equal rights and opportunities to work overtime. They all should be. Over the overtime policy that we have, it's already been outlined as a benefit in our department, something that we should be negotiating. And I don't believe we're willing to sit in here and renegotiate. The policy says that we have one list for overtime opportunities. And again, I can just end with, we're not in agreement and won't be in agreement with the change of the definition.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because the other framework we're working under is Chapter 174, which requires the essentially market equivalent when we're deciding contract issues. That's the standard. So that is why we look at other cities and look at comparators and look at what's going on somewhere else to see what's happening across the market. Can you point us to another city where single cert EMS personnel are working by contract a 24/48 schedule with a Kelly day? Because if you can't, and we go to arbitration, that's not going to be a term you get anyway. So we might as well negotiate, which is what we're here to do in good faith. All the blaming about past, you didn't staff and you didn't do this is not helpful. We are trying to get a contract in place so that the EMS personnel who do an admirable job, as you've pointed out, can get their raises, can get the benefits under the contract, and that's what we're trying to accomplish today. Unfortunately, the FLSA is what it is, and it treats people differently in terms of how the overtime gets calculated. So that creates different issues when it comes to scheduling. That's the only thing really that we're debating here. All of this other stuff, I feel like we can get to the bottom of. But unless the union is going to be able to appoint an arbitrator or district court to another city where EMS personnel who are single cert are getting a 24/48 and a Kelly day, you're not going to win on that issue anyway. So we might as well move forward in good faith, which is what the city is trying to do. Get these guys the raises under the table that's been proposed and move on.
You do understand that we're here negotiating on their behalf, right? And that the Kelly days are important to them, or we wouldn't be having this long of a discussion about it. So that is exactly what we're here to do, is negotiate for them. And That's why we're pushing hard on the Kelly days. If you don't want to give it to them, then that's your stance, but don't blame FLSA for it.
Once again, I'm not blaming FLSA. The
Well, you
FLSA
keep bringing it up.
because
You
it's
kinda
the
are.
law and it's what we are required to follow
Right,
when we're
you can follow it.
deciding issues of overtime. I understand the
You can
city can follow
it,
it.
and
Not only can the city
with a
has
48-hour work
to.
week, just like with a 56-hour work week.
What I'm trying to say is the blaming and
Yeah, I'm not talking about the
you
blaming. I
put
don't-
yourself in this situation is not helpful. We're
Yeah,
trying to get a
okay.
contract in place. And
So are we.
chapter 174 sets the requirements, which is that you're consistent with the market. So show us. If that's consistent with the market, put them on the table. Let's see it. So we
I
can
would
have
say
another
that-
discussion about it.
Our proposal is that they work the same schedule, and I can tell you that I don't know of any department that their operations personnel work a different schedule. These are operations personnel. Just because someone else wants to call them something different doesn't mean that that's what it is. They do the same job. They work at the same stations. Are we saying now that our captains are over two separate divisions at our station? Then, how does that work? That's never been something that's taken place, but they're under the same supervisor. And now you've got a supervisor supervising two separate divisions according to the organizational chart, which does not sound efficient at all. But you ask me to show proof of another department that doesn't. I challenge you to show me another department that has different work schedules for the same people working at the same station, but they're required to work more hours than the person riding next to them in an ambulance.
For single
Show me
cert?
an ambulance somewhere across the city that has two people riding in that ambulance, responding to calls, and they work a separate shift.
In many cities, the single cert employees, first of all, they're not usually treated as civil service, but there are different schedules for the very reason that they're not 7K exempt employees. It's that simple.
Are you suggesting that, I mean, you're saying to me that you know of departments, you know of other cities that have two people riding an ambulance, and those two people receive separate benefits, different pay, they work different hours, they're not treated equally on that ambulance. That's what you're telling me you know of? Could you please show us that, where that's happened somewhere else?
Please show us where single cert employees are getting a 24/48 schedule on a Kelly day. I mean, I appreciate that you're trying to flip this and shift the burden back here, but the bottom line is we negotiate under chapter 174. That sets the parameters. Y'all know that we're looking at the market. And so what you're asking for is inconsistent with the market. That's all I'm saying.
We're asking for our fire department and our firefighters, our employees and our fire department to all be treated equally and fairly.
And we're
Which the
only,
city is happy to do, and that's why we're here at the table trying to get this process move forward and trying to get them the increases that are contemplated under the wage table. The city is interested in that as well and is trying to make that happen.
So is that all the articles that you told us the one that you agree with and the ones that you don't agree with? Is there anything else or,
we're going through them right now to make sure.
okay.
I'm fairly certain that was all we had right now.
Okay, well, unless somebody has something else, or objection, that might be a good time to take a break for lunch and we can go into a discussion while we're in lunch and.
Yeah, I do have one other thing, and we can discuss it after lunch, but the cadet pay, we had discussion before, and I see that was, with this test being posted of whether or not the cadet pay is going to be established in the wage table. No, it's not a question. We can discuss it after lunch if you want to, but just wanted to bring it up that was something that we had discussion before
It was my
about.
understanding that that wasn't something that y'all wanted to consider. I think on the record you said that it wasn't, that you weren't interested in discussing pay for employees who didn't work here, and that it was a necessity to include it in the wage table. So I don't know that we had plans to do that.
I never said that it wasn't a necessity to be
I'll
in the
pull the
contract.
transcript.
As a matter of fact, I said exactly that it was necessary to be in the contract. We are not arguing with what the pay established is. You offered $4,000 a month. We're just simply asking that it be placed in the contract. Mr. Williams, I don't know what it is that they're looking for, but we've had this discussion several times. I don't know if you can help clarify that or not, but I know that we've had the discussion several times that we said, you guys pick the pay. It's understood. It's not a big deal. Our position is that it just needed to be in the contract. I haven't seen that proposal, but I just wanted to ask you of that. I mean, we've talked about it before.
We'll talk about it. Is there anything else? So would 1 o'clock suffice us getting back together, or anyone want to recommend a different time? Okay, so we'll adjourn and come back together at 1 p.m.
Cody, I'm re-emailing the corrected agreement, so you can disregard.
Do we suggest to adjourn today? We had some discussions, or do we need to wait? Okay.
Okay, it's 1:03. We'll call the meeting back to order. Go ahead.
We'd like to request to the city that we adjourn for the day. We've decided we've got quite a bit to talk about, to look over and to discuss some things with some of our members. And that it's just going to take more time. I don't see us being able to come to a final agreement today anyway, with it being the holiday week. Just like to request to adjourn and to reconvene at a later date. And if you guys want to throw out some dates to us that you are available, we can take a look at them and see when we can get back.
We appreciate that. I will say for our side, we were hoping to push through to 5 o'clock. And we were optimistic that we could make some more progress. I think we made progress today on knocking out at least what we can agree to. And I don't think we're that far apart on the remaining. And so, again, we're a little disappointed not to try to move this all the way to the finish line today, but understand if the union wants to end early and come back another day.
Okay, anything else from anyone?
I don't have it, I'm not available or ready to present future dates. There's a lot of, as you know, moving parts with the court reporter and making sure that we have active live streams. So I can email those if that works, and we'll just email out some dates.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, well, if no other business, this meeting's adjourned. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. You guys too.